Ladies, excuse me. Sorry. Let's try that again. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Monday, August 19th, and this is day 4 of the GMTK Game Jam 2024, hosted by Mark Brown of Game Maker's Toolkit. And as you can see, we have just over 24 hours remaining to complete our entry. We have had 96 hours given to us, and we only have one more day left to go. We are continuing to work on our game Gravity Drive, which is essentially Katamari in space. We have a little ship, not this one, of course, but a little ship that we push around a black hole, and we go and we gather up debris from around the universe before the black hole consumes us. So if you are just joining us, let me show you what the state of our game is so far. We added music and sound effects last night, and it's actually starting to come together and look like something and feel like something. Also, hello, Alex. Sorry about the double post before, but it looks like you made it. In fact, let me do this in full screen mode so you could see a little bit better. And let me know if the music is too loud. Alright, so we just press start. And we have our little ship here. And we can fly around. We can go up and down. We can go side to side. We can go down. We can go up. We can roll. And we can just reset. So if we come over here and collide with something, and you'll notice that our mass in the top right is going up. We can slam into these power-ups. So that one just gave us more time. In fact, let's get a little more time. Got some shields, which we haven't implemented yet, but maybe we'll do that today. So that was our turning radius. Let's get some speed. So if I hit the A button, I can do a little boost. And the gravity ones make us just a little bit bigger. So now if I press the X button, right? You see our ball got even bigger there. So that just banks all of that mass. And you can see we're starting to get a little bit unstable at the moment, which is a sort of unintended consequence, but it makes for interesting immersion since we are literally piloting a black hole. And we go zoomy. And we just get even bigger there. So the goal is to try and get enough mass to meet the quota in the upper left corner there before the time runs out. You can see, look how pretty everything is. So it feels really good to play. I know that I was bemoaning how much of a pain in the ass this game was so far. But I think it's starting to come together finally. So that's where we're at currently. And then if you were here for the very end of last stream, we started working on some voids. So if I come here, so we took a look at Sebastian Log's algorithm for generating these guys, and have our spawner here. And then we have these cube objects. See where that is. So you're there. Okay, so you are not remotely inside the thing. Put you at 0, 0, 0. Okay. Okay, so now our spawner is inside of the cube. So these are just some colliders. We have them set to the void avoid layer. Turned off the renderer so that we can actually see. Although we would probably want to make a material. Looks fun. Can you try? Eventually, once we make a build, which we might do today. In fact, we kind of have to do today since the competition ends. Let's see. At 1 p.m. tomorrow. So I have until 1 p.m. tomorrow to make a build. So if you're not familiar with the concept of voids, basically it tries to mimic the flocking behavior of things like birds, insects, fish, and other entities. So it's generated by 3 rules. So you have avoidance, where they try to avoid hitting any other entities. They have cohesion, where they all try to join together with one another. And then you have alignment, where they all try and face the same unified direction, with a little bit of variation in between. So if I hit play on this, let's get out of full screen mode, first of all. And at the moment, they are not avoiding the obstacles. And the reason for that is, if we come to our voids folder, void settings. Bounds radius. Do you need a collider? Is that the problem? You have a collider. Get screen shared in BC. I already know that there's a lot of issues with it. A lot of quality of life stuff that could be improved. We might get to some of that today. Let us instead give you a capsule collider on your z-axis. Get rid of these. And Also, let's go back into our prefab. Apply all. Prefabs, black hole. Alright, so you're just the regular ship. That's fine. So let's make the testing area a bit smaller. Also, let's put some music on. What should we listen to today, chat? Hey, Pain and Code. Sprite has to be the worst user-friendly software. I have never used it, so I have no idea how it works. Adam C. Eunice is your guy for all things Sprite, though. The guy is a master at it. I would recommend checking his stuff out if you need help with that. Let's go with good old Sandopoulos. Alright, so our voids should spawn somewhere inside of this box here. The artist on your team for Pirate Software Jam used Sprite. Could ask her if she has any tips. Yep. Get together, figure it out. And you are not doing the collision detection because maybe something we changed here is wrong. Maybe there was a reason why this had to be like this. Let's find out. I bet it's not. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can walk through the logic of this again. Transform, get component and children. Whatever. Cash transform. Alright, so we have initialize. What is it initializing the target to? You don't do that much pixel stuff, so you just draw something like an hour ago for a test. Suppose you could say if the creator is happy, then that's a good step. Yep. If it looks wrong, it is wrong. If it looks right, it is right. Did you make this a singleton? You did not. So... Alright, so you guys don't have a target. Add manager ref to create factions. Mm-hmm. Those are just settings. We shouldn't have to worry about that. So the spawner is just spawning them. Yep, none of that matters. Alright, so it's either in the void itself or in the manager. Alright, so it's got to be in the void itself. Update void. If target is not equal to null, offset to target equals steer towards offset to target. Okay. It's heading for a collision. Check if this is proccing at all. Right, so it's doing that every update. Maybe we want to add our collision senses to it. Collision avoidant direction. Do I need to add the voids themselves to the collision? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so they're colliding. How do we want to give them a target? Let's say... Actually, let's do the collision first. Make sure we get that before we do anything else. Something here is wrong. So it's getting the direction. Maybe the weight isn't strong enough, but I mean, I would trust Seb to set it up in a way that actually works. Dare I do a... Come up here. Public bool. Go debug. Just do this like this for now. Vector free debug raise. Hey browser. Found your old Facebook gaming page from 3 years ago with 530 followers. Forgot about it. Nice. Debug raised equals ray directions. Gizmos dot draw array. Okay. See if that does anything, and we'll also put our void count down to 1 for right now, just so we can test. Excuse me. If debug raise equals null, turn. Spawner. Set you down to 1 for now. Can go away. What? This is super annoying. Alright, first of all, let's let's not use the one that's actually in the scene. Okay, so those are all the rays that it's shooting out. Settings. What is controlling the radius of these? Transform direction. Debug rays. Times. Ah. Sphere cast. Ray radius into layer mask obstacles. So, max distance. What other overloads do you have? You have origin direction. See, I was hoping this would just work right out of the box. There's always the problem with using somebody else's thing rather than making your own. Let's go back to this. Okay, I'll say debug.log hit dot should tell us what we hit. Let's also slow these down so we can track them more easily. Perception radius is how far ahead it's looking. Avoidance radius is how close it gets to the thing before it turns. Steer force is how fast it turns. And then we just change these if we want them to do one or the other. Oh. It's actually working. Maybe it was just going too fast and it was clipping through the cube. Alright, where is this one now? Yeah, I think that might have been the case. I think it was just clipping through the cube too quickly. Alright, so it's actually doing what I want it to do. Excellent. Okay. So now, comment this out. Should be able to have this come back. Alright, so now we want to get it to where we can change the target, because if we can change the target, we can have it attack the player. Alright, let's just make sure. Yep. Okay, and they're still avoiding the box. That's good. Okay, so now we should be able to increase the count. Now we've got a whole bunch of them. Okay. So instead of doing get object by type, what we should do is have a registration system so that each one can register to their manager. So let us go in here. So we will say public void manager. Um, where is this actually converting this to? So the problem is using an array, I can't just add them the way I could a list. So public void action list, public list of voids list. Okay. So then instead of doing this, we should say public void populate list. For each void in that, you'll say voids equals new void list of voids list dot count. For int I equals 0, I is less than that. Then we'll say voids I equals voids list I, and voids I dot initialize settings and null. So then in our spawner, we'll say manager dot voids list dot add void. And when all that's done, then we'll call manager dot populate list. So let's just make sure that that is all still working as intended. Get some more music on the go. Not such an up. Right, because our spawner doesn't have our manager. Can I change the settings dynamically? I can. Okay. Just see if 5 will work. I want to see at what point they start breaking free. Oh, some of you broke free there. Alright, let's just leave it at 5 and 10 for now. Or actually 5 and 12. I think we were still good up to that point. Alright, so 12 is still good. $13 is still good. 13.5 they start escaping. Alright. Is that because these are too thin? I should probably make something to deal with this, but for now, let's just make the walls thicker. Alright. Because I know in like older style video games, the reason why you get a lot of clipping, particularly in speedrunning, is because they're using discrete collisions rather than using continuous collisions. And so you're getting gaps in between it, where it just kind of phases through. It's like in quantum physics, for instance, neutrinos are able to pass through things because they're operating at such a high frequency that they just dodge all of the molecules in whatever it is that they're colliding with. So it's just going so fast through the object that by the time it is able to check, it's already on the other side. So, although you would think that compute shaders and raycast would account for that. Yeah, see, they're still escaping, so the thickness isn't really mattering. I mean, I guess I could double up the walls. That seems a bit unnecessary. Like, I shouldn't have to do that, but... yeah, see, like, that one just went on the outer wall there. And it would probably eventually escape anyway. Not sure how this works in Unity, but can't you, in theory, shoot out a line, and if anything within that line comes in touch, it will half its length and repeat until it's like 1.5. So what you're talking about is called ray marching. In theory, that's what Seb did with the compute shader. But that requires doing shader work, and I don't know how to do that, but I understand what you're saying. And yes, that would in theory work. I thought that's what he did here, but I guess not. So, for our purposes, if we just cap out the escape velocity, we should be okay. So I'm just going to let that run for a second, just to make sure that nobody else is escaping. So like if we had all the time in the world to make a full game, I would definitely do something more robust like that. Okay, so now let's see if we can make two factions. Probably the easiest thing to do would be to take this. Sloppy way to do it would be if anything is outside of a specific X, Y, or Z, go back or something. Yeah. That would be the easy way to do it. Right, let's see. Make another one of you. Create variant. Alright, so back into voids. So if we make them avoid themselves and each other, in theory we should have two factions floating around here. Alright, first of all, that's way too many to even see what's going on. So let's make 5. Alright, looks like they're kind of avoiding one another. Let's up this to 25 each. Probably what I would have to do is make, like, a different layer for each faction. Yeah, see, it looks like they're kind of grouping together. Alright, so let's make 2 sets of settings here. Alright, so We'll have one fast and one slow. And the fast ones will give a bigger steering force. So, spawner 1, you'll have settings 1, and void variant. Okay. So variant will be Q, and prefabs U will be 1. Okay. These should all be on void avoid. Okay. And our settings. Settings 1, your object mask will be void avoid and void 2. And yours will be void avoid and we'll also just say player, even though we don't have a player. Alright, so we got some zippy fast red ones and some slow chunky blue ones. And it looks like they're sticking to their own factions, right? So we got like a nice big cluster of blue ones down here. We got a cluster of red ones over here. And they don't seem to be mixing and mingling, so that is exactly the behavior that we want. So now what we should probably do is create a layer for targeting. So they can either move towards or away from the target. And actually, we kind of want the slow ones to go to the player, and the fast ones to go away from the player. Okay, so now let us make an object, sphere. Set you to player. Come back here. I think we just want to copy this and say is heading for target, and in our settings, so make that a target mask. Let's make that its own separate field. Enter targeting. And public float target weight. We already have target weight. Target seek distance equals 5. So target seek distance yeah, so max distance. Okay. So then here, we just want to copy this. Say is heading for target. Because it's already doing this. So then we just want to say turn hit not equal to null. Just do it this way. If that, return true, else return false. And then we'll say equals hit dot transform. Okay. So we're going to check if we're heading for a target. If we are, then it should have a target. Else target is null. Alright, so in theory, we should be able to take an object and move it around here. Namely our player. We'll start this outside here. Right? Yeah. Okay. Because we didn't set this, did we? No. So your target will be player. And the other one, target will be nothing. Okay. So far, it looks like it's kind of scaring them off. The blue ones... kind of hard to tell what's going on here. Alright, so the blue ones look like they're avoiding it. Maybe not. I can't remember. The blue ones were the variants, and the variants are the slow ones. Yeah, the slow ones are the blue ones. They should be going towards the player. The red ones should be avoiding the player. Alright, looks like the red ones are avoiding the player. They're trying to get away from it. Yeah, and they're ducking around it, going over it. And the blue ones should want to come over here. Maybe a sphere wasn't the best thing for this. Also, let's make them a little bit faster, maybe. Target weight should be maybe on you guys. You should want to prefer going to the target more than anything. Make this fill up the entire area and see what they do. So the red ones are going away. The blue ones are also going away. Oh, no. It's like the blue ones are hanging around it. It's hard to tell. It looks like they're inside. All right. Maybe we make that attraction force even stronger. Part of the problem is I don't know what this is doing. Bounds radius. Let's look up the documentation for sphere cast. Unity sphere cast. Physics.sphere cast. Max length of the cast. Radius of the sphere. Saying infinity. Cast a sphere along a ray and returns detailed information on what is hit. Ah. So kind of like what you were saying before, this kind of is a little bit like ray marching. Okay. So this is correct. So it'll seek it from a distance of 5. And then where is our target weight? Yes, times target weight. Just make sure that's doing what we want it to do. Okay, so they are hitting that. Alright, maybe we try it with more voids and see. They should be wanting to get the sphere. Yeah, see, like all the red ones are hovering around the outside, but all the blue ones are hovering on the inside. Yeah, I just saw it go through the sphere, actually. Over on the right side here. Too late for you to process what's even going on? That's okay. Now we need to try and make it so that we can collide with them and pick them up. Okay. So we need a void manager. Voids. Um. Void on collision enter. We'll say if collision dot layer game object dot layer name to layer. Given a layer name, returns next. player. Alright, so in theory, if it collides with the player, then it should remove itself from the list. The list will recalculate. That's probably horribly inefficient, but let's just see if it works. Make it work, make it right, make it fast. Alright, move that off to the side for now. Okay. Definitely watching it go through them, and it's not doing anything. Okay. Why is that? You have a sphere collider. You all have sphere colliders. Yes. Yes. Starting to look like World War II Battle of the Pacific Ocean. Can I add a collision mask to this? No. If settings dot target mask. Before we do that, let's just say collided with player. Alright, so it's not actually colliding with them. Why is it not actually colliding with them? I can see them literally going through it, so... And the red ones are going around it. Yeah, if you catch a glimpse of it real quick, you'll see some of them actually phase through the material, and other ones are going around it. But it's not triggering the collision detection for some reason. So let's try this. Maybe this line is wrong. Let's just see if they're colliding with anything. See, like they just went through and they just came out right there. See, they're going inside of it. The blue ones, at least. And the red ones are avoiding it. Alright, so why are my voids not colliding with this? Void Destroyer. Public void on collision enter. If collision dot game object dot try get component void out okay. And let's also say It's so weird. Oh. I know why. At least one of them needs a rigid body. There we go. So now... So now if they fly into it... needs to not be kinematic. I think. Yeah. See? We got dead Boyds now. And they're knocking it all around. Which is kind of interesting. See, like a whole bunch of them just ran into it there. Alright, cool. That's actually doing what we want now. So, with that said, let us go back to our other scene here. And we'll see if we can try and implement some of those. Alright, before we do that, I'm going to take a break and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we're back. And what else should we put on? So how are you all doing on your Game Jam projects? So back in here, so we have, let's do 2 void spawners. Actually, before we do that, let's just set up the 1. Void manager, void spawner. Curious. We'll name this one Fast, and we'll name this one Low Seeker. Fast Avoider. So this will be the one that tries to avoid the player. This will be the one that tries to seek the player. So the fast avoiders we'll make them the blue ones, right? Yeah. Make this variant red. Okay. When they spawn, just make them children of this, just to keep it organized. Void spawner fast. Void spawner slow. So the slow aggressive ones will be red. Why not? Can I not? Why? What? I don't understand. You are both exactly the same. Weird. All right. So then for you, we also want to add a collectible. And the blue ones have a mass of 1. And the red ones have a mass of 10. Make the radius of this be 100, maybe 50, so that it's completely contained in our box. Make it so that they... Has the plane issue been solved? You mean where they weren't colliding with the object? Yeah, I solved that. So let's make it so that you are on void avoid, so the voids avoid you, and you are on player, so that the voids will try and go to you, and we'll give you void destroyer. Actually, no, we don't want that, because we want to do that through code. Is void. Yeah, you'll see in a minute. All right, so in the gather script, so if it's not the black hole, then we do that. So we need to say if child dot is void, then we need to child dot get component type of void dot destroy self. So basically, if it is a void, it's going to remove itself from the void pool when it gets gathered. Do we even need to do this? I don't think so. Let's rename this, actually. Remove from block. Now the little ships we should just be able to bang into, whereas the big ships, if we run into those, we need to be above a certain size before they'll collide with us. In fact, let's also make a folder for this. Just make you really massive. And we'll also say alright, so these would be like really big, slow ships. And we need a bounding box for this. Void boundary. Do I think programmer equals game designer? No. So a programmer is anybody who writes code. A game designer, well, you have game designers and you have game developers. So a game developer is anybody that develops specifically games, but a game designer doesn't necessarily touch code. They might, but they're more designed with systems. For instance, you might have somebody who paths out the levels and stuff, and they draw out maps and so forth, and they come up with mechanics, but they don't know how to necessarily program them, if that makes sense. So for instance, YouTube. A channel like Design Doc, I would say they're a game designer. I don't know what their programming skills are, but I would not say that they are a programmer or a game developer, but they definitely know how to design video games. Same thing with GMTK prior to him learning how to do stuff in Unity. So prior to him getting started in learning how to do Unity, all of this I would consider to be game design, but it's not necessarily programming, if that makes sense. Do I think an artist is an animator? So it's the same question, right? So here you have an artist, somebody who is... So you have artists, you have designers, you have illustrators, and you have animators. Those are 4 different things. So an artist, I would argue, is somebody that is creative in their domain. You could have a chef who is an artist. You could have a person who does carpentry who is an artist, right? They are expert and creative in their particular craft. You can have a craftsman or a designer, somebody who is physically able to make things and come up with elegant designs, but who is not necessarily creative. So you can use principles of design, such as the golden rule, the golden ratio, golden rectangles, to come up with well-rendered compositions, but that doesn't necessarily make you an artist. An animator, obviously, is somebody who does animation. An illustrator is somebody who does illustrations. Right? So these are all different domains. They overlap in many ways, but they're very different. So for instance, I am an artist and an illustrator and a designer, but I am not yet an animator. We're not counting Spellweaver, because that's just basic tweening. I guess technically you could say I'm an animator since I did animation, going back to the idea of you are what you do, but I'm not a very good animator in that sense. Okay, Boyd's boundary. So for this, you'll say public vector 3 extents creates all right, so even if an artist is given the task to shade and color line art of animation, they'll have a bit of a hard time as they don't really know how to shade something correctly for the next 20 frames. I would say with rendering it's a little bit different. I would say for drawing that's correct, because you need to consider things like momentum and squash and stretch and the other 12 principles of animation. Not necessarily so for color. Color you can kind of do step by step. I guess if you're transitioning colors, you have to have an idea of where you're going and where you've been. Because an illustrator deals with a static image, whereas an animator deals with individual keyframes in motion. Alright, so instantiate There was a way that you can just create a primitive. Right. So if you didn't know that, in Unity, you can actually make primitive objects by going gameObject.create primitive and do the primitive type. So you have cubes, spheres, cylinders, capsules, planes, quads. Our cube equals public vector 3 center equals vector 3.0. Center plus vector up. Cube dot local scale equals new vector 3 x thickness extents dot c Hey Gustav, still growing strong? Yep. We just finished successfully making Boids, which will allow us to put a bunch of AI ships floating around in space. So right now I'm just programming some boundaries for them so that I don't have to do that manually every time. And then once I finish with that, we'll show off what we've been working on. Watched the stream Friday, and I was working on the Katamari Cookie Clicker. Yeah, so we've evolved a long way past that. So we have a ship that is flying through space carrying a black hole, and at the moment it's going and collecting a bunch of jam in space. We're trying to work on enemies at the moment, both to give the player something more interesting to collect and also potential enemies to damage you and provide conflict. Alright, so we have the top, which is... its position is there. Extents are there. Bottom, left, right, front, back. Instead of doing this, just say private void make cube. And we'll say vector 3 offset float x, float y, float z. Our top equals a cube vector 3 dots up times extents dot y, say extents dot x, thickness extents dot c. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bottom, left, right, front, back. Okay, so down. Got C. Make that X, that X. Okay. So left and right need to be thickness. Okay. But what I recommend to somebody who's starting to learn coding depends, first of all, what language that you're trying to learn. Depends on how good you are at abstraction. It depends on your type of learning style. So for instance, if you wanted to learn C sharp, CodeMonkey has a very good course on C sharp. If you wanted to learn something like JavaScript, I would recommend looking into Coding Train for that. If you wanted to learn something like Lua or Godot, GScript, or anything like that, I'm sure they have the equivalent courses for that online. So probably one of the most difficult things when it comes to learning how to code is to wrap your head around abstractions. So I talked about this a little bit in my, let me bring this up here. So I talked a little bit about that in this video, The Artist's Guide to Programming, wherein the main thing that you want to keep in mind is separating out your logic from your syntax, treating it as if you're learning a language, because coding really is a language. So there's the things that you want to have happen, and then there's the ways to actually make them happen. And then also separating out inputs from data, from logic, from visuals is important. And then I was actually just watching a video earlier today. Trying to remember his name. Tim Kaine, I think it was. He has a lot of really good videos. So he was talking about like code the rules, script the exceptions. That's a very good one to learn. The idea behind that is basically, so in Unity, we don't really have this. In Unity, we have, you've seen me make prefabs, and then you've seen me make variants of that. So right here, right, this would be coding the rules, scripting the exception. So abstracting out into sort of root mechanics, and then coming up with the individual exceptions. So like all of them are going to have an offset, an X, a Y, etc. They're all going to set the position and the scale. But then what exactly we put into that, we script that out in its own individual line. Hey, Isaac. You're on a mad alcoholiday with your friends? You enjoy my thumbnails? Oh, thank you very much. Hope you're enjoying your holiday. All right, so let us get some more music. And then for bottom, yeah, I don't think we need to do anything else there. Probably say cube dot get component mesh renderer. Enabled equals false. Yeah, so I don't normally have a head for coding. C# and Unity was one of the first things that actually enabled me to learn how to code, because a lot of it is very intuitive for somebody who's a visual learner. I can look and I can see on the screen exactly what the consequences of those actions are, versus something like HTML or CSS, where you have to visualize all of the behaviors that you want. So having that responsive feedback was very helpful to me. And then from there, once I was able to see sort of concrete examples of, like, you know, this is how you move something from left to right, and being able to work with variables and classes and structs in that regard, then I went and learned all of the abstraction. So coding is really just a means to an end. So if you have your end goal in mind, and you have your logic tree of, like, I want this to happen, and then this to happen, and then this to happen, right? Once you figure out all of that, that is half of the work. The other half is just basically doing the equivalent of Google Translate and saying, I have this line of logic, turn it into this line of code. So you've seen me do, in previous streams, I would do pseudocode. So I would say something like, create a cube, set its position, set its thickness, right? Disable the visual, leaving only the collider, right? So this would be working through the logic, and then I would go through each of these lines and I'd say, okay, create a cube. How do we create a cube? Well, in Unity, this is how you create a cube. Okay, so then we need to get a reference to that cube, so we cast it. Then we set its position, so we say, okay, cube.get the transform, because transform is what holds the position data. Set its position, and then where do we set it? We set it to this. Okay, set its thickness. Well, how do we do that? We set its local scale. We set that to this. And then we disable the visual. Well, how do we do that? First, we need to get the visual, which is the mesh renderer, right? And then to disable, we do enable.equals false. And then we want to do that for each direction. So I just created a method here. Again, coding the rule, scripting the exception. So this is the rule. This is the thing that all of the cubes are going to have in common. And then each line here is the exception. These are the things that each individual one is going to have. And I forgot something, which is that each of these needs to be on the layer void. Layer equals layer name to layer. String void layer equals void, just so I can see it at the top. Because strings are always a pain in the ass. How do I find what code to use? Say cube.transform.position in Unity. So every language, every engine has documentation. So this would be the Unity documentation. So I would say I wanted to look up transform. Okay, so it's going to give me information about the transform. And I can look up script references to see examples of that. If you don't know what to look for, you would kind of do it the same way if you were learning any other language, you would look up in a dictionary. So say I didn't know that I needed to look up transform. Say I just wanted to do position. I would go and I would look up and I would see, okay, there's a whole bunch of stuff here about position. Let me look up the first entry because that's probably the most relevant. So position defines how the position values are interpreted by the layout engine. So that's kind of not helpful. So we would go down and we would keep looking and looking and looking, and we can read the entries here as well. So sort of like the definitions of words, you'd read through them. The position component of the pose, and if we eventually come down, all the way down here, we'll see transform.position. So the world space position of the transform. Ah, that's what we want. And then we would go and we would find transform position. And it gives you examples of how that works. Same thing for C#. So if you're learning C#, which is what Unity uses, Microsoft has their C# documentation, which you go and you look up through the same way. So you have concepts. And so I could say, let's say I wanted to learn about classes. And it gives you an introduction to classes. It explains what they are. And you would go and you would look through the documentation the same way if you were looking in a dictionary or a wiki, right? So if you come across a word and you don't know what it is, so it is a reference type. What is a reference type? Working with nullable reference types. Anyway. So that's how you would do that. And usually if you just Google the solution, it'll take you either to the Unity documentation or to the Microsoft documentation. I'd say most people, when trying to teach others coding, do one fatal mistake, is giving the answer straight out. Sure, it gives the idea, but it doesn't teach. Correct. So this falls into what people often talk about with tutorial hell, wherein somebody gives you their own canned solutions. They tell you what to think, they tell you memorize this, but they don't tell you how to actually think through the problem yourself. So this is why in my video I talk about separating out the logic from the syntax, because if you can figure out the logic of the thing, then it's just a matter of going and looking up the syntax later. So we did that with Sebastian Log's stuff, right? With his Poisson disk sampling and with the voids. So he didn't give us everything that we needed. I still had to go and read through and make sure that I understood it for myself. And then I was able to apply new techniques to that, right? So you saw me debugging and diagnosing, okay, he gave us a solution for 2D Poisson disk sampling. How do we turn that into 3D Poisson disk sampling? He gave us a solution for how to do voids with targeting, but he didn't actually tell us how to set the target, but he just gave us the example of how to avoid the target, so I was able to reverse engineer it from that. So sometimes, if you're in crunch mode, you just need the thing to work. But if you have the time, take the time, look at the code. So like if you use ChatGPT, for instance, when I use ChatGPT to write code, I'll say, give me this, but then I'll read through the code to actually make sure that A, there's no glaring obvious errors, because sometimes it hallucinates, and B, I'll try and read through it to see if I can understand how it works, make sure that it makes sense to me, because if it doesn't, then I have to go back in and diagnose the problem, or at the very least tell GPT, hey, this isn't working, could you maybe try doing something with this? So, okay, so we have this. And okay, so those are too far away. I guess later it just starts to click, and recording the same thing several times. It's a really useful thing for learning. Yep. So a lot of like the tutorials and stuff that I look up, like with Sebastian Logg's voice on disk sampling, I've probably looked at that like 4 separate times. This is the first time that it's actually really clicked for me. So repetition, repetition, repetition. People need to be reminded more than they need to be taught. Okay, so now our cubes should be in the right place. Yep, so we got a nice bounding box here. And I can see them already bouncing off. Oh, interesting. Are they collecting the upgrades? They are. Interesting. And one just yeeted into oblivion. But you can see they're all generally well behaved and staying in place. Okay. So they're missing the joints, so it's yelling at us about that. So let us go add fixed joint. Hopefully that doesn't break them. Okay. That broke them. Hmm. Um, if joint is still equal to null, then joint equals GameObject.add component joint. Most devs should stop spending a lot of time watching success and actually make a dip in the fields of scraps and young gamers' minds. Really gives an insight and opens a whole new realm. Yep, you learn by doing. Which, speaking of doing, I saw that Lazy T Studios, their game, Thor was playing on stream. So massive props to them for that. Right. And also, where are our pickups? Pickup. Um, say if collectible dot is black hole, or if it's not the black hole. So like if it's colliding with the ships, then return. Because they were off collecting our things. So now we should be able to have this. And um, plus vector 3.1 times thickness. Say vector 3 size. Um, size. New vector 3. Just line these up for visual interest. All right. So that should also just give a little bit of thickness on the end. Oh, right. And we wanted to set their parent. Cube.transform.parent equals wherever this is. Okay, so now we have a nice box with a little bit of overlap. Our cubes are set to the correct layer. The mesh render is hidden. Could be sneaky and make them all have like a star map layer. Okay, and the voids are no longer collecting the items, so that's good. And one of them just ran into our ship. And we forgot to do something here, chat. Other dot joint. But yeah, programming is all about problem solving. Figuring out how to make things work, why they don't work. You can see one of them trying to escape. Getting stuck. Or maybe that's the jam that's getting stuck. So maybe we want the box to be even bigger. So let's make this... Let's also make these 150 to give us even bigger play space. And we'll make this I guess I'll make it so that we can't go out either. Make that 175. And all right, let's put that into full screen mode so that you guys can see. So our friend Gustav can see what we've been working on. And our ship is missing. Our ship and all of the things are missing. Hmm. All of a sudden it's not rendering our ship. Um, oh, I think I know why. Where is... volume mask display? No, not that. Here. Player. There we go. Easy. Except we have to do it outside of... The only one we don't want is the UI layer. And for our other camera, we only want the UI. Looking good so far? It'll look even better in a minute. Aha, look at that. Except now... let's see if we can crash into one of their ships. The big ones we won't be able to crash into because they're bigger than us at the moment. Let's find one of these little ones. Where are you? Come here, little ones. Doesn't help that we are slow. Hey, we got one. Kinda. Where are you going? Come here. We got him. Alright. So let's figure out what's wrong with the object of type transform has been destroyed. This should go here. And then, right, pickups. Why are the pickups not working? If collectible dot, we'll just say is void. Actually, we'll just say if it's not collected. Really? Oh. It's a method. There we go. right? So only things that are already collected can be on there. One thing I want to do is I really want to add a sky because I'm tired of looking at this. So let me see. Do I have anything for sky boxes? Fantasy sky boxes. Low poly skies. Midgard skybox. Let me look those up real quick. So we have Midgard Sky, Fantasy Free Sky, these all look like they have clouds in them, which we don't want. Midgard Sky. Also look like they have clouds in them. Polyverse Sky. One of these looked like you had the ability to do editing. Was it? That's snow. It could work maybe for like stars. This. Change the material. Hail. Let's look up free space skybox. Free space skyboxes. Ooh, that's pretty. Sure. We'll just grab some of those. And we'll see what they have in store. Import. Don't care about your demo scenes. I don't want no demo scenes, that woman said get away. Got more important things to do. Deadline for this jam is soon. Okay. So, free skyboxes. 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 And main camera. Skybox. How do I change the skybox? Google. Change skybox Unity 2022.
In your Unity project, create a new material. In the inspector, change the shader. Click on the drop-down and go to Skybox Procedural. There's a couple of ways to change the scene skybox to your new material. Number 1, go to Window, Rendering, Lighting Settings. Drag your new skybox material into the first slot. And the second method, just drag the material onto the sky. Easy.
Okay. So, where are our materials? Rendering, lighting, environment, pretty. What else we got? Ooh. Purple. Orange. Neat. Earth. Welcome to Earth. I really like this purple one. Plus, also having that giant Saturn there will help with orienting. Cool. That was easy. So now let's go flying around, chat. It also doesn't hurt that purple is my favorite color. Look at that. Look at all this activity going on. Huzzah. Let's get some speed boosts. Probably some turn radius. Ah. Still saying the transform has been destroyed. Alright, what's going on here? Hmm. I don't want to make it so that where's our player controller? Alright, let's get rid of all this void stuff for now, because that's doing what we kind of want it to do. Controls, player controller. Let's make it so that when we reset, rb.velocity equals 0 and rb.angular velocity equals 0, and hopefully that will prevent some of the uncontrolled glitchiness so that you can always have a way out of that. And we're good here. This is working, so we don't need that. So mass manager. Consume time needs to be even shorter, I think. Because as we're flying around, it's getting hard for it to equals other dot game object dot add component. Doi. Managers, mass manager, consumption time, make that 0.1, so it consumes in even faster. All right, so hopefully that should take care of that. Come here. Gotcha. All right. I see an error out the corner of my eye, but Let's also make it so that when we consume the stuff, we'll just say if cache transform equals null, turn. Obviously, because we can't get it. Mass manager. Player controller. Let's just call this stabilize. Actually, you know what? Even better. We can go here and we can use the other button. Stabilize. So we say if game input dot stabilize, then do that. So if you ever need to stabilize, you'll just hit the right button. Okay, so then we come back into our controls and we just set that button up. Controls. Stabilize. And this will be button east. And we'll just say middle mouse button for that. Okay. And public void static void stabilize. Stabilize when we do that. Stabilize when we do that. And the mass manager, we will say black hole.rb.velocity angular velocity 0. No, let's just leave it like that and give the player manual control. Come here. Alright, so we can stabilize. I like that. I like that a lot. Because it puts it in your hands as to whether you want to do that. Can we get you? Yes, we can get you. Get a bunch of ships. Look at that. Now we got a really big black hole. Haha. Alright, so we probably need to figure out a way to zoom out the camera as we get bigger. And also, why are you still unhappy? Um, I guess we did need this. Alright, so how do we want to handle that? Mm, camera controller. So move position back based on size of black hole, i.e. mass. Alright. We'll tackle that in a minute. I'm gonna take another break, but I will leave you to sit and watch the pretty lights. Like Star Fox Alpha version? I guess so. Okay, so... Right, we were working on the camera controller. Also, something I want to check is... How big does this get? Noticing our... Okay, so the UI canvas is definitely still working. But the big ball... So the big ball on the left is not showing. Why is that? This is still doing that. So again, let's just say if cache transform equals null, return. And where is our ball? Black hole visual. Maybe that was because we got game over first. So let's just try that. Also, we can test to see if we got rid of that error. Also, if I go into one of these, so we're able to collect you, which we shouldn't be, because you're too big. UI Manager, Black Hole Visual. Alright, so that's on the UI layer. And where's our main camera? Canvas stack, culling mask. Yes. This camera, culling mask UI. And it's showing up here, but its scale doesn't seem to be updating. current mass icon. Transform.local scale is that. What is your current scale? Current scale is 350. If we make you 360, um, okay, and then where's our dial? So the current time equals mathf dot min 0 and current time. Actually, no, maybe we want that to be rotation equals mathf dot min 0 and then that. Or where is our pickup? See what that is actually affecting. So bonus time goes up and current time goes up. Right, that's fine. So start time and hmm. Oh. Uh, public override void. Actually, let's just do this. That will probably help. Um, so let's say start time is 10. So current time mathf.clamp. Uh, yeah, that should be fine. So if it's more than the start time, it'll just stay at the top. Uh, let's see if that helped. And then after that, I kind of want to do some quality of life stuff with the UI here. So adding like a boost meter, a mini map. Still have to add a title screen. Let's go get some more time. All right, that seems to have fixed the timer. So let's avoid getting more time. See if it'll eventually go down. Maybe we want to add to the start time as well. All right, that looks like it fixed our UI there as well. think we should maybe clamp it at like 1.5 times the size, because that's starting to get ridiculous. And looks like our clock is going back down again. Okay. So first of all, go into UI Manager and scale the this. We'll say mathf dot clamp that value between 0 and target mass times 1.5. And instead of doing magic numbers, let's just come here and say public float current mass multiplier, current mass max multiplier 1.5, and we'll say 1.25 so we don't go crazy. Can always adjust it up later. And then for our pickups, let us also say okay. So do that. And then we need to go back into our collectibles and find out why so if the current mass is greater than that, that's manager.instance.current mass. Say manager.instance mass manager.instance.bonk. Hmm. let's see. If stats manager instance is less than or greater than or equal to other dot min mass, other dot mass minus other dot min mass, right? Math f dot round to, or floor. You know what, let's just say 1. Or we could make it a parameter. Serialize field, private float damage amount. Other dot damage amount. Make that an int. Greater than or equal to other dot mass. All right. There are 2 voids in the live stream, the space background and the code panel. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, I mean like this kind of a void. All right, so in bonk, I'm going to say if field stats manager dot instance dot field strength is greater than 0, or let's just say stats manager dot instance dot field strength minus equals amount. If stats manager dot instance dot field strength is greater than 0, return manager dot instance dot shield strength equals 0. Just come here and we'll say public void take damage amount int amount field strength minus equals amount let's just say shield strength equals mathf dot min 0 shield strength minus amount. All right, so pick up mass manager dot take damage amount let us return value return field strength minus amount. Mathf dot floor what fine. Okay. Someone ran out of questions. That's okay. I should be putting music on for you guys anyway. Let's do since things are going well right now. All right, so public int take damage, and it's going to return that amount. So mass manager int remainder if Say remainder is less than equal to 0, return. Alright, so we're going to bonk. The shield is going to impact most of the damage. And if we don't have any shields left, then it's gonna try and knock off our children. We'll say if file.is black hole return, because we don't want to remove the black hole, that would be pretty bad. I'll just say if I is less than 0, break. Because that'll return an error. How do we want to do this? I guess we'll just say there's no consequence if you bonk into it with nothing. Because it's at that point it's already absorbed into the black hole. So let's just see if this works the way we intend. And if this works, then we'll switch over to doing some UI stuff. And a minimap. Pause you a second. Alright, let's go bonk into this boy. Alright, so we can't bonk into you, that's good. So what happens if we go get a shield and we bonk? Good, we lost our shield. And we'll get some things. Okay, and we'll find a boy to bonk. So we should lose one shield. I also just realized that we wanted to clamp this, not return the min. Equals mathf dot clamp. Zero. Could also say int remainder equals int field strength minus amount. Do that before we apply it. Remainder. And then we'll clamp the strength within 0 or that. Actually, we want max. Max of 0 in this. Because we only want that if it's negative. We don't care about the upper bound. Okay. That should be fine. Grab a shield. Okay, and we lost our guy, but not our shield. And okay, something is clearly wrong here. Because our guy didn't have any damage amount. But also, something is wrong here. All right, so I'm pretty sure my logic for this is correct. So you're going to take this amount of damage. So whatever remains is shield amount minus that. No. This should be the other way around. Right? So if we're taking 5 damage and we have 3 shields, 5 minus 3 is 2, so it's a remainder of 2. And then 3 minus 5 is negative 2, so it'll max out to that. Whereas if we're taking 3 damage and our shield is 5, the remainder will be negative 2, which will be negative, which we'll ignore. Okay, I think that was it. I just had that backwards. And let's just make sure here. Right, the remainder. So if it's less than or equal to 0, we return. Okay. And to release, maybe we just want to destroy it. Tile dot e dot add explosive force. Child dot black hole dot position. Say black hole dot transform dot local scale times vector 3.1. What is this? Dot. Let's just say that's manager dot instance dot traction. Hey, Stoner Jesus, how you doing? What are we making? I will show you in a minute. Hold on tight. As soon as this compiles. Ah, come back. Come on, thank you. So we are making effectively Katamari in space. So we are driving around a black hole. I'm doing great. So here we go, we're driving around. Driving along in our automobile. Alright, so if we bonk into this big boy, right, he ate all our shields and our mass is now 0, which is not good. We didn't want that, so we have to restart. That's a bug at the moment. Trying to work on enemy AI at the moment. So ignoring that, if I come over here, and again my mass is 0. Is that because I bonked a guy right at the start? Weird. Alright, but anyway, so the idea is that we fly around, we go, we gather a bunch of stuff, and it'll track to our black hole here, but it's currently buggy at the moment, so I need to find out why that is. Yep. If you want to go back like a half hour ago in the stream, you can see when it was working. Alright, so this should never trigger. Maybe. Why don't we just say if it's less than children.count minus 1, return. So just for sake of presentation here, let's just disable that for now. And Hopefully this will now work. Hey Alex, welcome back. Let's just make sure that this is working. Okay, so driving around, we can pick up items, we can bonk into things, and they'll attract to our black hole. As you can see, is causing us to be a little bit unstable. We can go and get these smaller ships. Come on. I can also absorb them into there. I can stabilize. I can go up, and look at all the pretty lights. Whee! And I can reposition myself. So I can come along, I can grab all these things. These blue ones are speed increase. So if I press button south, I'll do a little boost. So I want to find one of the big guys. Come on, where are you? I guess they're all kind of down here. So the red ones are supposed to be attracted to me. The green ones are supposed to be flying away from me. Here's one. So if I bonk into him, he's got a bigger mass. So we'll just bonk off for now. I'm trying to make it so that if we bonk into an enemy, it'll actually do damage to us. So if I come get some of these... Right, so these guys have a smaller mass, so I can gather them up. And if it does that, I can try and stabilize, or I can just absorb them. So let's come get you. I'm gonna get you. I'll get your friend here. Okay. So that's the game so far. And I actually want to see if we can go out of bounds. Okay, so we're actually limited by the bounds here. And you're kind of stuck. So that's good. So we can't go too far away. Get some more speed. Eventually I want to add like a whole bunch more shit in here. Because it's supposed to be like you're out collecting debris. I don't actually mind the jitteriness because you're driving a frickin' black hole, for Christ's sake. So it's kind of immersive in that regard. It's almost like I intended it that way. And you can see our mass meter is growing. This is our target quota. So if we don't make it to the quota in time, then it's game over. Right now, we're trying to get 50. Once we get 50, we can start absorbing the bigger guys. Like, eventually I want to add, like, really big objects in here. Alright, so now we're at 50, so we should be able to get the red ones. Now you can see our mass is, like, way off the charts. And our ball is big, too. Alright, so it seems that the UI one is still not behaving. Still getting really huge. Bigger than I would like. But yeah, so that's the game so far. What do the different color indicators do? On what? On the enemies or on the icons? So on the enemies, we have two types of enemies. So the green ones are fast and nimble. They try to avoid us. The red ones are slow and chunky, but they try to go towards us. And yes, obviously if they're all one color, it's boring. But all of the icons do something. So you see, like, they have an icon here, right? So time extends our time. Gravity extends our size. Also, when we absorb things, it expands our size. So let us go to our UI manager. Um, um, Okay. So that should stop it from getting too big too quickly. Come here. So these red orbs increase our torque, or our turning speed, how fast we can go left to right or up and down. Green ones increase our shield. Blue ones increase our speed. Purple ones increase our gravity. So if you watch, as I collect this, the ball gets just a little bit bigger. Not too much. Yellow increases or decreases our quota, so you see the big number went from 117 to 116, down to 114, 112. All right, some more torque. And the white ones increase our time. So you look at the clock on the right there. Just go grab a whole bunch of these. Oh, here's a bunch. There's a bunch of them up here. Come here. Gotcha. I'm getting good at controlling this too now. Come here. Yeah, so I still got to make a boost meter. I still got to make a mini map. We could greatly increase the size of the map too, and populate it with more stuff. All right. so now we should be able to get the red ones. Alright, so now our ball just got really big. So we still have to figure out the scaling issue. Because as we get bigger, it's getting harder and harder to see. But our UI is stabilized nicely. That's good. Alright. So let's work on the camera controls. Actually, before we do that, let's do our UI. Because I drew out a little thing here. Um, That looks pretty good, right? Um, All right. Take care, Pain and Code. Get some rest. All right. Take care. That a little darker. Ooh, that's nice. Hmm. Black. Okay, that looks pretty good. Of course, I'll have to make those separate objects, but that's okay. Alright, so then like our timer will go in there. Boost meter there. And let's just get rid of this shit. Because it looks ugly. So the idea that I'm thinking here is similar to like Breath of the Wild. Show your coordinates Alright, so X, Y, Z. And then we need some kind of a dial. And give you rounded corners. Wonder if if anyone had the idea to make a game about dragons in a bodybuilding competition, would technically be on theme. So that reminds me of there is a parody put out by Dorkly of if Pokemon took place in the 1800s. And it's like historically accurate too. So it's like all gross and shit, and you literally are building monsters out of like cannibalized parts. So that's pretty fun. I know there was a quick way to add rounded corners to this. Gotta be one of these things here. Appearance. I know there are more settings here than this. Alright, fine. You're gonna make me do it this way? Specs view, window, workspace, nope. All right, I give up. What is this? Add rounded corners, Illustrator. Effect stylized round corners. Thank you. Like this little planchette looking thing. Um, um, see, that's the way you do it. And I can just make this any color. Let's make this like a green. Just so it stands out a little better. Hey, that looks pretty good. Um, and offset path. And stylize, inner glow. That's probably not going to matter because it's just going to get covered, but Alright, that'll be the mask. Yeah. Cut that. Cut that. Reflect. Uh, Transform. Repeat. Mirror. Is there a way to go into isolation mode from here? Um... Why are you doing that? So weird. Alright, I'm gonna have to figure something else out. In the meantime, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. That'll be the boost meter. What does Breath of the Wild do with this? Tears of the Kingdom HUD. Ah, you have them on the inside. Okay. I guess that works. Hey, Leshy. How's it going? Alright, why are you so big? That's what she said. Okay. That could work. I mean, appearance. Offset minus 15. Mm-hmm. Mm. Ah. We'll go with that. That is good enough. And this. Actually, kind of want maybe that to be gold. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. I guess all the other UI is okay as is. But we did want. I'll give you a stroke outline. So we'll have these for enemies, this for us, this for debris, I guess. Maybe this could be debris. Alright, I think that's good. Export. Get rid of all those. Menu map. No. Boost background. Boost fill. Boost knob. Minimap icon. Pick up. Minimap. Minimap ship. Minimap Debris. All right, let's just go with that. All right, so I know that there is a way to make a minimap in 60 seconds. Code monkey minimap. Camera, minimap camera. Orthographic. Render texture. Okay. Yeah, camera. Uh, output texture. So script, C# script. Minimap. Graphics, sprites. Okay. Create render texture. Volume, prefab. Render texture. Minimap texture. Okay. Minimap canvas. to the output texture. Yep, set the culling mask. I got that. Raw image. That's the key thing. Settings canvas, UI canvas. What? Okay, so project. Someone just asking me about my friend Keenan Lafferty, if I have heard from him recently. I have not, unfortunately. But I do miss that guy. Okay, alright, so I guess that's it for that. Where's the main camera? Create empty parent. Mini map. But yeah, I miss Keenan. It's been a while since anybody has heard from him, really. It's unfortunate. I miss that guy. Um, hmm. Mm-hmm. 18 hours, boys and girls. Google. Create a new UI image, rename the image to mask, add a mask component. Ah. First, create the UI image. Ah, there we go. Okay. Cool. Now we have our little mini map. All right. And UI manager, the thing that's actually being turned is that. Okay. So the icon needs to be this. Image. Background. This one. See, that's looking good, chat. Look at that. And then that'll go there. Okay. Let's just make sure our other cameras aren't picking up the mini map. Good. Okay. And then we wanted our booster. So empty. Boost gauge. Oh, there is one for camera. Duh. Okay. Create empty. Image. Background. Dial. Boost. Fill. Background. Set that based on the right side. Set all of you to your native size. Huzzah! And what should we use for the boost image? Yeah, that looks good. So for the boost fill, vertical from the bottom. Okay, controls. UI. Boost fill gauge. Fill amount equals stats manager instance boost. Where is that being handled? Booster. Let's just control this here. Public image boost gauge. Okay, so get rid of this. Boost gauge dot fill amount equals boost timer divided by boost duration. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we want to add our minimap stuff and also our text. Let's see. Where is our object spawners? So our voids probably shouldn't move unless the game is in play mode. So void. If game the manager instance dot current state is not equal to game state dot gameplay, return. Right, so they can spawn, but they can't do anything until we're in play mode. Let's see. What else? Right, we were doing our text here. So timer minimap. Might as well create an empty coordinates. Give them a little transparency. So coordinate X, coordinate Y, coordinate Z. Okay, minus 60, minus 60. Minus 90. 60 minus 60. Okay. That looks pretty good. All right, now our pickups. Say this is mini map canvas. Realize field, private, camera. Say if private void wake if target camera is null, target camera equals camera.main. Yes, thank you. Crap. Private enum camera target main mini map player. Switch serialized field private camera target. Yep. Default case camera.main target camera equals camera.main break case camera.minimap. That and start. Minimap. We're going to use dummy components. Yay. Static camera. Minimap camera. If minimap camera equals null. Yep. Okay. Basically do the same thing. So what this is these are dummy components, which the only purpose of this is to find a single object. So I don't have to do transform.find or find object by tag. So we'll say See? That way I can just do that. And then we'll just default, say, if target camera is still null, then do that. Okay. So now, so this will get camera.main. Yep, that's fine, because our main camera is the player camera at the moment. And this one will get the minimap camera. Mode. Camera forward. Okay. So now your icon for pickups will be this. And our voids, actually let's just copy this. Pretty sure that's the only time we actually used that. Prefabs, voids, basic void. Okay, so you you can be blue, and you can be red, and we'll just default the base one to be red. Okay. And then our player and we'll make you gold. And our debris, you also need one. Pickups. What is that? Attract. That could be yellow. Or no, I'm sorry. You are purple. Quota, you're yellow. No. Wrong. Crap. Okay. You are purple. You are yellow. Shield is green. Speed is blue. Time is white. And torque is red. Okay, so let's go actually back into our minimap cam. Because there is something else we need to do on this, and that is public void update, private void update. Nothing outside of this needs to get that. Var position equals mass manager dot ins dot black hole dot transform dot position, and our transform dot position equals new vector 3 position dot x transform position dot y and position dot z. So setting our X and Z position to be wherever the ship is, but retaining our same relative Y position. And in fact, and Q, main camera, just for shits and giggles, in case we ever need that down the line. Okay. Where is this? That's at 0, 0, 0. Alright, let's make this even bigger. You know what? Fuck it. Okay. And I think we could probably afford to put some more stuff in here, since we just upped the size of this. And we still got to fix the sizing thing with the camera. So let's come over here. To our UI manager. Just say public transform so I don't have to keep doing this every time. Title bit chords public text mesh pro U GUI chords X chords Y chords Z. Um, All this ship transform. Why? Oh. Dot toString. F1. Dot hex equals that. Y and Z chords Y chords Z. Okay, so that should go us down to 1 decimal, I believe. All right, how is everybody doing out in Wonderland? All right, so that should update that. So we have a lot of things to test now. We have our boost gauge to test. We have our coordinates to test. Okay. So chords X, chords Y, chords Z, and ship. Close all that. All right, I'm gonna let that play for a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom and then we'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. We're back though. Alright, so we have some things to test. Are you guys ready? Are you psyched as I am? Wow. So many things. And first of all, that is way too many things. So let us make this a little bit bigger. Secondly, our camera should not be showing the mini-map. And yet it is. And the reason for that is probably because we didn't assign the layer. So let's start with this. Correct. Voids. Minimap. You're on the minimap, okay. Pickups. To be on the minimap. And debris. Needs to be on the minimap. Okay. I believe that's all of them. You are not on the minimap. You are not on the minimap. You are on the minimap. Okay. All right. I'll trust those. Okay. I also noticed our UI went away. There are 2 audio listeners. Let's deal with that. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. Um, Do I need to assign that? I don't think I do. Okay, let's try again. Definitely a lot of things all over. Get a really nice view of the planet there. It's like a giant star field, but better than Starfield. Okay. So everything is a-okay except for the UI canvas, which is suddenly not showing up. So why is it not showing up? So like it's not. Wow, a lot of big red ones coming around us. So it is showing stuff. It is showing our coordinates, it looks like. So if I go all the way up. I feel like I want the camera depth to be... Oh. Apparently it does take depth into consideration because something really big just flew by the camera. I feel like we maybe want the camera zoomed out even more. But in principle it is working. Also our UI looks great. And our boost meter is working. Kinda. It works going down, but not going up. So it looks like our timer is working. So far this is coming together nicely. That's so pretty. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. Post that in the Game Jam progress pictures. And post that in the circuit one too, I guess. Apparently people are getting excited, chat. Alright, we're going to be zipping around through here. Alright, so I kind of like the distribution of the pickups. And it's not lost on me that I still have to make a tutorial page. Yeah, let's get that timer. We're at the edge of the map now, chat. We're almost too speedy. In theory, it should get more performant as we destroy things. Not big enough to take you on yet. Come here. Come here. Alright, now we can get the big ones. Should we maybe say that if we get to be twice the size of our quota, that we just automatically win the level? Come here. Intercepted. This is fun. Actually, the fact that the red ones are spaced out more means that it's harder for us to grow quickly with them and abuse that. Just trying to get us super big so I can get a sense of how chunky this boy gets. And that was huge. Alright, so if we just park here for a second. And where's our camera at? The main camera is there. So camera angle's at 35 relative to us. So if we make this 35, make this something nice like a 7. Which it's always going to do that because it's looking at us. So if you want to keep it relatively proportional there, then we can just do some math. So minus 10 and 7, because it's always going to look at us. What is that? 30. Let's just say it's. Gotta do a bit of math here, chat. See. So we can say how far back along the Z we want it. And then so it's SOHCAHTOA, so opposite over adjacent, so Y over Z equals tan theta. So Y equals Z tan theta. And Z is our distance back. Okay. All right. So we need to go to our camera controller. Right, so that's the target. So let's also get some music. Is there an hour-long version? There's a 14-minute version. Show ice field. Private float. Distance multiplier. Transform dot position equals new vector 3 0, because we're not moving side to side. Distance multiplier times bar dist equals distance multiplier times mathf dot tangent. What did I say it was? 7 over 10. 0.7. Target dot local scale dot z. Equals dis times dot tan 0.7f okay. What is our ship's relative distance? Player controller. Ship. Ship dot position equals new vector. Equals dot equals transform dot forward times from dot local scale dot z times negative 1.5 f. So in theory, this should make our ship always go backwards with us, and make the camera always go backwards with us. And then we wanted to fix the booster. All right, so let's say is boosting. Otherwise, it's boost timer divided by boost cooldown. Is that right? No, that is not right. Boost duration. But we need to say that over here because okay. All right, so that should be boosting working. That should be camera growth working. Okay. Camera. I can't actually see that, so local position. And your local position. Because otherwise the camera's not going anywhere until we get bigger. Interesting. Alright, so the boost is working. Alright, what is the camera position right now, and what is our ship position? Does this have to be negative? It shouldn't matter. Right, because tangent of 0.7 and tangent of negative 0.7 would effectively be the same. Fuck it, let's try it. Alright, well, it's clearly not negative. Almost 7.5 hours. Got a long ways to go. Miles to go before I sleep. Still have to make tutorial and title screen and win conditions. All right. So far it looks like we're okay. We do feel a bit sluggish. Get the speed boost here. Get a bunch of time. Get you. Yeah. All right, now we're cooking. Zoomy boomies. We're so fast. Almost wondering if I should reduce the number of upgrades that you get and like add more what do you call it? More shields and less of the other things. Oh, one more and we'll be able to get you. For some reason our gravity is glitching out. We'll have to check that. We'll get you just stuck there. Alright, I can kind of see the ship on the end here, so it does look like it's actually working the way I intended. Kinda. Not really. I see. Okay. So we need it to be the size of the black hole. Blatch. It is a blatch hole. Okay. And then we also wanted, while we were here, to figure out why our UI is effing up. Stats manager. All right. Hopefully that fixed it. We'll go into our pickups. Yeah, because attract is the only one that's negative. Okay, but everything is looking good so far. Black hole's not assigned. That's probably important. Canvas UI. Come here. Stabilize. And I want to get the big ones so I can test this. I guess that is one consequence of making the world bigger, is that everything is further apart and harder to find. Where'd everybody go? I guess I could be collecting jam. Okay, almost there. Almost managed to dodge all of those time power-ups. Ah, I finally got a big one. Oh, I just noticed the camera pop back. So it's kind of working. Stabilize. We could probably calculate it more accurately based on the dimensions of the circle, because I don't think it's supposed to be exactly that far away. Because now it's looking like it's getting too far away. Alright. Okay, let's just adjust our calculations here. Player controller. And do a bit of quick math here. So this should be minus 0.5. Right, because if the scale starts at 1, and also should be negative. So negative 1 minus 0.5, and then this camera should be so var distance equals minus 10 plus or so if the circle is at 1, then our camera distance is minus 10, so it should be 9 there and 6 there. So we have to subtract 1 from that, I think. Um, Let me just calculate these out separately. Var z equals um, so we always want it to be 10 away from there. So distance multiplier. So if the distance multiplier is 10, so we need minus 10 to equal that. Plus that minus 1. All right, that might work. I think. No. Yes. Okay, let's try again. So after this, I think we'll try and work on... Maybe I'll put it to you guys. What should we do after this? And actually, while I'm waiting, let me make a poll. What to do next? Tutorial slash trolls. Populate world with more stuff. Or Win, loss, level up. Or make enemies damage us. Alright. We have a poll. What are we going to do next? We're going to do tutorials and controls so that the player knows how to play. We're going to populate the world with more stuff. We're going to work on win-loss conditions or make the enemies damage us. I shall leave it to you to decide. Come here. No, come here. Thank you. See, now all those beautiful voids ran away. Oh. Come here. Be faster to catch up to these guys. Come here. Got one vote for make enemies damage us. Come here. Still not fast enough. Give me the gem! Okay, now our speed is really fast. Managed to dodge all of that stuff. Got a bunch there. More. Need more. Alright. Looks like our, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think our scaling issue is solved. Except I might have to do a divide by 2 for the ship. Oop, here's a bunch. Sound effects are really helping me figure out what's hitting. And it looks like our ship disappeared, maybe? Or it's just too small. Either way, it looks like the ball is stabilizing in terms of relative size on our screen. It's actually getting easier to get pickups as well. Still so many voids we haven't collected. It's got a whole bunch of stuff there. Also, this texture on the black hole looks really great. I'm loving this so much. Just plowing through everything now, chat. And I think our ship has completely disappeared, but just to verify. Okay, so the ball is at a scale of 25. Our ship is at a distance of 25. Oh, I see. So if I put you right up on the edge, you are should be like 12 and a half, right? Um, all right, so the ship needs to be at... All right, the camera's good. I'm happy with the camera. The ship needs to be at z times 0.5f minus 1. Okay. All right. What is our poll saying? And we have a 3-way tie. One person saying tutorials and controls, one person saying win-loss level up, one person saying make enemies damage us. All right, so nobody is saying populate the world with more stuff, so I hear that at least. So we already started kind of working on making enemies damage us. So I'm wondering if it would be relatively easy to fix that. Thing is, for the tutorials and controls, this is something that's going to hurt me in the future if I don't solve this at some point, is actually getting a functional controller system working. Mm, let's also put this back in the GMTK thing, because we only have 16 hours to go. I'm also not going to have the luxury of being able to sleep if this is not finished, so I need to actually get all of this stuff done, because without it I can't do a proper build. Controller tutorial template. Yeah, something like this. Logitech controller template. We now have 2 people saying win-loss level up. Okay. So I guess that makes sense. We should do that, because otherwise it's going to get crazy out of control. Let me just bring this in here first. And also... because I'm going to have to do this eventually anyway. I actually kind of like this layout. Or even this layout. All right. I'm going to take a break to use the bathroom, and then we will work on, I guess, the win-loss conditions. So in the chat, tell me, what do you think some win and loss conditions should be? So we have if you find the game jam, right, assuming there's only one, that would be a win condition. If you run out of time before you meet your quota, that would be a loss condition. Trying to think. I guess if you gather everything on the map, that could be a win condition, I guess. All right. So while I'm gone, think of those things, and I will let this play while you have a think. All right. So now up to 40% between making enemies damage us and win-loss. So I think win-loss probably makes more sense, right? Yeah, so game over, critical mass not reached. So let's go back to our GDD. Just checking to see if I had any other ideas here. Hey Isaac, how's it going? We're deciding what the next thing to do. You're GDD'd out of your mind? Well, it's important. Yeah, so this hasn't changed. Fields created. Target mass, if timer runs up. Seeing me make progress is very encouraging. Aw, thank you. Thank you for the hearts. Is there a... This is kind of important for what I'm about to do. In the controls, can I say... Can I do this here? Any key. Okay. And gamepad. Is there an any here as well? It does not look like it. So am I using rigid body movement or translate movement in Alchemask? Probably rigid body movement would be my guess. Just because it's more intuitive to think in terms of velocity. Although this has kind of been putting me off from doing that a little bit. Let me look up. Google Unity any key pressed gamepad. The moment there's no equivalent for any key for gamepad. Makes me wonder whether we should actually adapt any key control to be any button control and add that to more devices could be useful. Okay, this guy's an official Unity dev, so in code, one alternative way to do it is rolling it into a for loop will avoid GC heap garbage. All right, let's do that and save that out. Yeah, rigid body gives you stuttering movement. However, in our particular use case, it's actually a benefit because it adds to the immersion. Public static bool any key pressed. Any key pressed equals player input dot actions any was press this frame or okay. Um, hmm. Yes, where are all the lurkers at? All right, let us go back to our game state. Game state manager. Um, let's do public void update. So start on title screen, can go to in game, can go to controls, from controls can go to next, on last of controls, go back to title screen. Alchemask is top-down 3D. So originally it was conceived of a kind of top-down 2D game similar to Binding of Isaac. However, having played a lot of Cult of the Lamb, I really like the way that that works. And the other day, I actually had something of a vision of how it could actually look in that sort of 2.5D style, and I liked what I saw in my head. So I'm going to try to make it 2.5D, just because that seems more interesting to me. But that's going to be a lot more work, just because that's an extra dimension that I have to deal with. And also certain things don't necessarily work so well, like hiding canvases. So I'm going to have to think of a solution for that. Yeah. Right. Unless the controls go back to title screen. Transition from gameplay to pop-up, open, press any key to clear pop-up. Transition from gameplay to level up. Yes, Cult of the Lamb is beautiful. I'm very sad that I don't get to play it this weekend, but next weekend for sure. Transition from gameplay to level up. Transition from gameplay to game over. On level up on an announcement. Um, if current mass is double quota, level up. So I'm going to need to make some UI anyway. One for the title screen. Um, Yeah, one for the title screen, one for pop-ups and announcements. All right. To Illustrator. Babylon, I call upon Babylon, I call upon my Babylon. I got a girl and her name is Babylon. She looks sufficient. Get in her red chiffon. We set the night on fire and light up the golden dawn. Oh. 7 days a week. 7 days. Oh, she makes me weak. Wish I could play that for you guys, but we'll get struck down for that. So, with that said, let us put on some other music. Oh yeah, I could probably end this now. My teacher is streaming at the moment, but unfortunately I can't be there to participate. Big Sag. So, I would say a friend, yeah. It's political stuff, though, so not for this channel. But he also talks about cultural things, and he uses Unreal Engine for stuff. Making movies and documentaries. Yeah, I refer to him as my teacher because aside from political stuff, he also teaches stuff about writing, about cinematography, about story, pop culture. Theater. He's also a pilot. So, teaching stuff about avionics and history. I've become a teacher already with my channel? Aw, thank you. Oh, you're in the UK? Yeah, it's like probably what? 2 o'clock in the morning by now? But I will be up probably all night, so you may catch me here when you wake up. Uh, get our palette here so we can stay on brand. My brand. Um, so gold, red, green, blue, hmm. Kind of like a paler blue. I mean, I have one right in front of me. I could just look at it. That looks pretty cool, right? Now just got to do the same for this. All right, close enough. Rounded. Okay. Mm, mm, mm. That looks actually pretty nice. Not quite. Add a drop shadow. And this. I guess that works. And then shift is like roughly 2. Cool. I'd say that looks pretty decent, don't you? And get some more music going. This one first. Now I just have to remember what my keys actually did. Probably find a better place for my coffee, because it's always on the way of my mouse. Okay. So I have A. We should probably put letters on them first, right? I love this font so much. It's just so useful in so many things. Of course, we could always go with that. I don't know, I think clarity is probably better in this case. A, S, D, F, G, H, J, K, L. Da, da. Alright, so numbers. Q, Z. So shift, go there. Z, X, C, B, B, N, M, comma, period, question mark, and then these two. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A, S, D, F, S, D, F, G, H, Z, X, C, D, B, N, M, comma, period, H, J, K, L, that. Really? Am I missing one? ASDF, GH, JKL. Okay, so that would be enter. And so then Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P, bracket, bracket, Ah. I'll make this one enter. Alright, and then space goes from X to like the middle of comma. Two, three here. Ah. No. Bad. Then we got 4 over here. I don't even know what this button does. Ah! Ungroup. Okay, arrows. All right. Oh. But now I have that. I never have to do that again. Now just to figure out what my controls actually are. It was a D. AD left stick, roll, EQ, RL shoulders, thrust, up, down, arrow, left stick, forward back, hover is shift, right trigger to go up, strafe, left right arrow, Okay. Brief toggle menu. Start space. Boost is south or mouse left. Kind of feel like maybe space should be boost. Assume is west and mouse right. Stabilize is east and mouse middle. Set rotation is north and okay. Let us refactor this right now. So boost is going to be space, consume, consume can be right mouse button, stabilize can be left mouse button. Reset rotation can be middle mouse button. And toggle menu. Say M. Okay, so just to double check all these. So toggle menu is M. Boost is now space. Consume is right mouse. Stabilize is left mouse. And reset the site R. Just because not everybody has a middle mouse. Okay. Hey, Alex. What time am I? I am Eastern Standard Time. I live just outside of New York. In fact, out that window, I can see the New York skyline. To give you a sense of where I live. Okay. So I should probably split this up. Cover up. Button east. Button north. North. Okay. thrust. Hover down is left shift. Up is right shift. Strafe is left and right. Space. Stabilize is left mouse. Consume is right mouse. That's pretty clear, right, chat? Scale strokes and effects. Yeah, it's kind of an art stream at the moment, although this is important because this is going to teach the player how to play, since I can't get controls and stuff working. And I don't have, like, the full time to do, like, video tutorials in-game like what Cult of the Lamb and Factorio do. So, this is what we have to do. So I am going to actually, I like that better there. How to play. Or controls. I knew it. Right, like that looks good, right, chat? Not particularly sci-fi, but I like this font. Let's see. They're big enough, they might harm you. No. And to meet your quota before time runs out, can you find the secret endings? You're not sure if the keyboard fits? So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do another version where it's just these with the things pointing, and we'll see. We'll A/B test that. This should probably be like... whatever, leave that for now. Cause strange effects. Things get too crazy. Most of the controls that are displayed on screen are traditional ones, and something like BJKOW. Yeah, so this is part of game design is having sort of meta knowledge of other games, right? So in order to be a good gamer, sometimes you need to know standard conventions because a lot of games will rely on that meta knowledge. A good game designer shouldn't rely on that. They should be explicit and tell you everything that you need to know. Nothing external to the game itself, unless it's like an Easter egg or something. But in terms of teaching you the core mechanics, everything should be in there. And I'm thinking right now, all of this needs to be a clearer font, because this is kind of important information. So yes, Tunic has the best manual. It is the game. Okay, so and let's also make all right, chat, I need you to do something for me. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I want you to read through this, tell me if all of this is clear, intuitive, makes sense. All right, if there is anything that is unclear or confusing, if there is anything about this that doesn't help you understand how to play the game, let me know. All right, I need you to help me A/B test this, chat. Can you do that for me? Okay, so I'm going to be right back, and in the meantime, okay, in the meantime, let me know, give me feedback on whether you think this looks good or if there's anything that I need to change. All right, I'll be back in a second. All right. The pitch and yaw term should be replaced to something more familiar. Too much information and complex words might scare off people if they cannot get the hang of the game. So, pitch, yaw, and roll are traditional piloting terms. So, they are very specific in what they mean. So, if you know what they mean, you know exactly what sort of behavior to expect. So, pitch, yaw, and roll. However, if you don't know what they mean, that's why I have tilt and turn next to them. Right, so tilt, turn, and then roll. Yeah, this is really not the best way to do a tutorial. In fact, this is arguably one of the worst ways to do a tutorial. The only thing worse than this would be like having an annoying side character dictating to you all the time and you can't skip it. But like I said, we are under time constraints, so needs must. The other thing I can do... Actually, I'll leave that there. And just make it its own layer. And duplicate. Ooh. That stands out a lot more. I like that. Also, these need drop shadow. So the other thing I can do is get rid of most of this and just put arrows to everything. So that's what we're going to try now. As soon as I get some music on. Yeah, it's a game jam, so it's fine. Some people just put, like, their only tutorials are in the actual description underneath the game window. So at least I'm thinking about putting stuff in. Again, it would be nice if I had working input controls, but that will have to be for a different time. Because we only have 14 hours left. If I have time at the end, I'll figure out how to do that. We're also coming up on 10 hours for the stream, so at around 12 hours, I'll end the stream, take a break, and then I'll come back to do another stream at some point. Actually, Unity How to play a video in Unity.
Hello everyone, in this video we'll learn how to play video in Unity. Let's start. First, I downloaded a video from the internet and added it to my project. Then we add raw image from the UI section. We can call this a screen because the video will play on this image. And set the size of the image. I set it to 1920 by 1080. Here you can give the size you want. Then create an empty game object and name it video player. Then click add component and select the video player component. Then assign the video we downloaded to the video clip section. Then let's add render texture to our project. This will be used to render the video. Name it as you like. Clip section. Then let's add render texture to our project. This will be used to render the video. Name it as you like and adjust its size on the right side. Then click on our video player and drag the render texture we just added to the target texture field. Then drag this texture into raw image we created as screen. We're done. Now let's test it. As you can see, the video is playing. There is another way to play the video. Let's change the render mode of the video player to camera near plane. Then drag our camera to the camera field. And let's test it. As you can see, the video plays. So you can do it this way without using raw image. If you like this video, please subscribe.
Okay, that's simple enough. So what I could do is make a bunch of video tutorials. But we need Musica. Apparently everybody's playing Cult of the Lamb now. But none of their cults are as good as ours. I'm not a big fan of when games show you a massive tutorial, so as I've often said, I prefer diegetic tutorials or the ability to skip the tutorials and just figure things out on your own, right? Like we were talking about Tunic before, but we don't have time to go into that really. So you'll notice that with the UI icons, I tried to make everything as intuitive as possible. So even if you don't necessarily know what these do, you can look at the icon and kind of get a sense of what they do. Right, so this is for turning, this is for moving, this is obviously a shield, a timer. The only one that might be confusing is quota. Someone messaging me. In fact, since we're here making UI stuff, well, first of all, let's actually, before we do that, yep, 14 hours left. so I don't have to keep doing this. And so everything looks unified. Let's do this. Now our window is in the golden ratio, the most perfect of ratios ever. Go to offset path. Yep, go get tea. Interesting. Hmm. Alright, so now we've got red ones, we've got green ones, we got blue ones. Do these look okay on each other? Yeah, kinda. Like, I could use these for panels, and then use these to block out a masked area for like a video. And then put text underneath it. So like if we look at Unfortunately, they don't really show, I was looking specifically for, like, their video player. Have I ever mentioned how much I love this mechanic? That in order to confirm something, you have to hold it down for it to charge. Prevents you from accidentally doing the wrong thing. Cult of the Lamb video player. I don't want to bring up the game right now, but someone made a 2D pixel sprite version of Cult of the Lamb. Come on, I just want to see the thing. I guess it's not going to show me. Alright, that's fine. We don't need to know what it looks like. You need to escape from Cult of the Lamb? No, you are part of our cult. Alright, okay. We'll just have that as like a backup. I could include that in like the screenshots, for instance. Kind of like that, actually. Alright, we were going to first YouTube psychological trick, unsub and dislike the video. So they'll make the viewer feel so bad that they'll do the opposite. Aw. Don't do that. So probably what I'll do in the in-between stuff, between this stream and the next stream, is I'll see if I can record some video. Obviously I can't do it while OBS is running. Although, nah, I'd rather not do that. Okay. Let's go back and see if we can get enemies to do some damage. We also need, like, win-loss stuff. Let's go to Game Manager. Get a new canvas going. Call this title canvas. Okay. So the title canvas is, we're going to want a panel. And also this canvas should be we have this nice background. This came with our lovely loading screen. Okay. Probably need like a nice title as well. So let's go back to Illustrator. Character. There's something better than Impact. Acme. Something like futuristic looking. I don't want to have to go and get a new font just for this. Trajan. Stylize. Hmm? Um... Sprites, UI panels. Let's make sure you're all set correctly so we could find you. That defeats the entire point of what we're doing. Instead of doing that, let us do... make that white. And... let's put some more music on. um... Crap. 600 by 260. Make it upper center. There we go. Okay. Dum da. You're also part of the jam. Your goal is to eat the jam. Nice. Um, will there be enough time to play test it? I mean, I've done a little bit of play testing. All right, why is this crap not working? Set game input dot maybe that's the problem. Unity. Hmm. Actually, this whole thing should just be UI. Hmm. Hmm. All right. I've never had to adjust that before, so I don't see why I would have to now. Camgo without the raycaster and group components. Community canvas group. And control certain aspects, a whole group of UI elements. You know. Again, never had to do that before. Project settings, layer. Might as well do this while we're here. Okay. Why is this not working? It's extremely frustrating.
Hey, it's Nathan from InfoGamer, and real quick I wanted to bring you this updated version of our How to Fix a Broken Canvas video that we put out a few days ago. Now when we released that video, we got a comment from Beard or Die, and he was helping us to understand that we actually forgot to mention a key element as to why the canvas wasn't working properly. And so that's what this video is. We've taken the original video and added in some clips of us explaining what that key element is.
Welcome back, Payne. We're struggling to get the UI canvas to work for some reason.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome back to InfoGamer. For this some of his UI buttons, that some of his buttons were working just fine and that he was able to click them and they were doing the function that was paired to them, but then some of his buttons were actually not clickable and that nothing was happening even when he cursored over the buttons. And so P1ST1 was actually kind enough to send us his Unity project, and so we're going to look at it and see if we can fix the problem that he was running into. So let's go ahead and open his project. Alright, so here's P1ST1's project open inside of Unity, and I'm first going to play through his game without showing too much of it off because it is a work in progress and the levels what he was running into is back button aim. That back button doesn't, and so let's go and look at his project some more. So first off, I'm going to load in the back button that actually works, and we can see that as I hit play, and as I cursor over the back button, it highlights, and if I click it, it takes us back to the main menu. And so there's nothing wrong with this back button. So let's go ahead and switch over to level 2. Now, here in level 2, you can see that we have our canvas, and it's in a different position, and the back button and the text objects are flipped, so that the back button comes first, and then the text object, which the text object just says level 2, which is this level 2 up in the top right corner. But I don't think that the order in these game objects matters because the objects are smaller.
That kind of worked. Okay, that's at least something. Okay, let's duplicate this. Okay. mm, mm, mm. Public void. New game. Game state. Manager. Dot change state to that. Public void. Tutorial. Game state manager dot change state to game state dot viewing tutorial. Public void. Sometimes wonder how I don't go insane having the same music loop for 15 minutes. It's just background noise at that point. Game state manager dot change state to game. Viewing options. Public void. Hide all canvases. Public void. Okay. Show canvas, title canvas, game state dot title. Uh, um, state manager. Okay. Okay. Tutorial canvas. Looking good. Feeling good. Things are actually starting to go right for a change. This should be the title button. Actually, this will be the title button. This will be the Endless void of menus. Um, If you're curious, these are two sentences, each of which have all the letters of the alphabet used at least once. Okay. Alright, so we need to render texture.
And set the size of the video player. Then click at component and select the video player component. Then assign the video we downloaded to the video clip section. Now let's add random texture to our project. This will be used to render the video. Name it as you like and adjust its size on the right side. Target texture field. Then drag this texture into raw image we created as screen. We're done. Now let's test it. As you can see, the video is playing. There is another. On our video player and drag a random texture we just.
Just making sure I'm not missing anything here. Yes, I am more of a menu person. Yep, I can see a whole bunch of comments in stream. I can see all of that. And a whole lot more if I scroll up. Da, 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 da. Actually kind of like that. I'm gonna leave that. That way we have lots of room. Um, um, okay. Cool. So, buttons. My buttons, you can come down now. Uh, that actually looks kind of cool. All right, so just as a precaution, as a fallback, in case I can't get this done, because we're gonna have to stop soon in like 5 minutes. You. Okay. So let us just make sure that that works. Except I didn't assign my canvases. It's not going to work if I don't assign my canvases. Okay, game manager, title canvas, tutorial canvas, settings canvas. Okay. Hooray! And then last thing before we end off. We'll just use this one.